Hey, good morning everybody. Welcome back to Live PST. This is Friday, September 4th, and we are in our first class. Now, sorry about the delay, guys. I had some technical issues this morning. So we're going to be taking our break about 5 minutes later than we usually do and push things back about 5 minutes. Anyhow, as usual on Fridays, we need to do a grammar review, right? So we've got more than enough information here. We're just going to do a brief review. I'm not going to get into this stuff in a lot of detail because we have a lack of time and we have TMI, too much information, right? Anyhow, in our second class today, we're supposed to be doing some speaking practice. We will do that along with more grammar review. And in our third class today, we have hopefully an interesting elective. So guys, let's take a look at this sheet here. Remember, we saw this sheet on Monday actually, but it is a very good summary of modals and how to use modals. So remember, modals are helping verbs which express the mode or manner of the actions indicated by the main verbs. They express modes such as ability, possibility, probability, permission, obligation, etc., etc. The most commonly used modals are shall, should, will, would, can, could, may, might, must, ought to, used to, need, and dare. But I'd say dare and ought to. Dare, ought to, and no, that's about it. Dare, ought to, and shall are not so commonly used in North American English. More commonly used in British English. Anyhow, guys, remember what we can use them for. First one here on our list is to ask for permission. And when we ask for permission, we can use modals like may, can, and could. So our examples here on the sheet are, may I come in? Or could I use your pen, please, right? Or let's say you go to a fast food restaurant in Canada or the United States. It's most common to say things like, could I get the number 5, right? Could I get a hamburger? Could I get a fork? Could I get something, right? Now, of course, instead of saying could, you could use can or may. And it doesn't really change the meaning. However, usually when we're asking for permission, we're going to use may or could. Can is also okay, but is not as commonly used, right? And usually when people think of can, they just think about can in relation to ability. So when I was a young student, when I was in high school, I remember one time I said to my chemistry teacher, can I go to the bathroom? And my chemistry teacher said, well, can you? Do you want me to come with you? Do you need help to go pee? Do you not have the ability? Right? So of course he's joking, but he was illustrating a good point. Usually if you want to ask for permission, it's better to use may and could. And if you want to be polite, use may. It always makes you sound better. Okay, guys, but besides asking for permission, we can also use modals for making a request. And when we are making a request, we just use can and could, right? So our example here is, could you please give me the doctor's telephone number, right? Could you please pass me the salt? Could you please give me $5? Whatever the request is. Now, I've spoken about this before, and I'm going to talk about it again, but just remember that there is a big difference between asking for permission and making a request. When you are asking for permission, you are asking if it is okay if you do something, right? When you are making a request, you are asking the listener to do something for you, right? That's the difference. If I ask for a request, I want this person to do something for me. If I ask for permission, I'm just asking, is it okay if I do this thing, right? Anyhow, so we got ask for permission, may, can, could, making a request, can and could. Now, moving on here, we have to express possibility, or express a possibility, right? About something possibly happening in the future. And when we want to express possibility, we can use may, might, or could. In my personal opinion, I most often use might. So our example here is good. It might rain during the night. It might be nice this weekend. I might go skiing this winter, right? There's a possibility this could happen. It's not 100% assured, right? I'm not definitely going to do these things, but I might. Maybe it's about 50-50, right? Yeah, they might find a vaccine this winter. We might get vaccinated next year, spring. Might, right? Now, of course, instead of might, you could use could, right? It could rain during the night. It may rain during the night. Those are also okay. They're also used to express possibility. But in my opinion, using might is the most common one to use when you want to express possibility. Okay, but let's move on here, guys, to give advice or suggestion. Now, this is a little bit easier because there's really only one modal verb you will use when you are giving advice or making a suggestion, and that is should, right? Now, our example here is, you should wear a helmet while riding your motorbike. I think this is a good example, right? The person is saying, you should do this. This is my advice, right? Of course, we could also say things like, you should stop smoking. That is some advice. That's making a suggestion, right? You should exercise more regularly. You should eat more vegetables. You should take vitamins. You should da 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 da. Whenever you want to give somebody advice, just use should, right? You should go home because it's very late. You should take a bath because you smell bad. I don't know why I thought of that example. No, I smell okay. I just, I showered this morning, so I'm okay. All right. Of course I showered this morning. I always shower in the morning. Anyhow, guys, so yeah, to give advice or a suggestion, you just use should. Okay, let's move on, guys. We have to express necessity or to express compulsion, something that must be done. And that's why we're using here must or have to, right? Now, our examples are completely fine. They are, we must slow down while driving in front of a school, right? Of course, right? When you're driving in front of a school in Canada or America, or of course in your country as well, we must slow down while driving around the school because there are children around, right? So that is like a moral obligation, right? Next one we have here is, I have to submit my project by tomorrow. So the student here, probably a university student, they have a deadline, right? They have to submit their project by tomorrow, right? Or I could think for myself tonight, or this weekend actually, this weekend I must clean up my previous apartment, right? My wife and family and I, we just moved into a new apartment. We haven't had enough time to go back to our now previous apartment and clean up, but we must clean it up because we want our damaged deposit back. We need the money so we could buy a really good barbecue. No, we are going to save it. But anyhow, so yeah, other things you could say, like either with have to or must. There is a small difference here in the nuance. Like you could exchange these. Like we must slow down while driving in front of a school. We have to slow down while driving in front of a school. It basically has the same meaning. There is a slight difference, though, in the nuance between using must and have to. And the difference there is that must is more of a moral obligation. You must do this because morally it is the right thing to do. Whereas when you're using have to, is more related to rules and regulation and the law, right? You have to do this because it is the law, not because of some kind of moral obligation, right? But either or, both of these are useful and can be interchanged with each other. It's not really going to cause a big problem. Okay, guys, after that we have expressing prohibition, right? So if you're expressing prohibition, you're saying like you cannot do this, right? And in that case, you use mustn't or must not. So we've got, you must not talk loudly in the library. Yeah, so that's good enough. Or you mustn't smoke in front of a school, right? That's a terrible thing to do. Or you mustn't What else should you not do? You mustn't drink and drive, right? That's a bad idea. Okay, so that's prohibition. Expressing a promise or an intention of something you will do in the future. This one is pretty easy because you're just going to use will. You can use shall, but again, using shall is very, very, very British, right? And for North American English speakers in Canada or America, we don't really use this very often. But our example sentence here is, I will mail you my address. I will give you my phone number. I will meet you tomorrow. I will send you the report. I will give you some money. This is my intention. This is what I intend to do for you, right? Okay. Besides that, guys, we also have to express a wish. This one is interesting and not very commonly used. However, if you want to express a wish that you want to give to somebody, you can use may, right? May you have a long life, right? This is a good example. May you have a happy, wonderful time at Disneyland. So with making a wish, you're going to start with may at the beginning of the sentence, and you'll say like, may you do. May you be successful. May you have fun tomorrow. May you blah, blah, blah. You're just making a wish. This is not so commonly used. Is it good? Yes. Are you going to use it a lot? No. Because it's not something you're doing on a daily basis, right? Like we're not wishing people something every day. If you are, it's kind of odd. Maybe that's good for you if you're wishing somebody something every day. But it's just not commonly used. Anywho, guys, so if you guys take a look at the back of this sheet or on the next sheet, we do have some important points here. Let's just go over them very briefly. A modal does not change according to the number or person of the subject, right? So remember, you do not need to modify modals unless maybe you're turning it from the affirmative or positive form into the negative form, right? But besides that, no, you do not need to change the modal, right? He can learn, I can learn, you can learn, they can learn, we can learn, right? Can. He might go, she might go, they might go, Bob might go. You don't need to change it, right? So that actually makes modals at least a little bit easier. Besides that, our second rule here, a modal is always used with a verb in its basic form. So that also makes using modals a little bit easier. The modal takes the tense while the verb remains in its dictionary form. I can run. I may run. I could run. I might run. So the modal again is not changing. And also in addition to that, the main verb here is not changing, right? You are keeping it in its basic form. Stays in its dictionary form. So that kind of makes using modals at least a little bit easier. Okay, next rule here. Modals can be used alone in response to a question, right? Can you sing? I can. Will you sing? I will. Will you come? I will or I may, right? And that's all you have to say. You don't have to give a full and complete sentence. This is an important point because, of course, as ESL students, I always recommend that you do practice making full and complete sentences. However, if you're living in Canada or America or the UK, Australia, whatever, yeah, you should be using full sentences most of the time. But if you're always doing that, it's a little bit weird because, if somebody says, hey, will you do this? And you're like, yes, I will go to the supermarket today. It sounds a little bit too unnatural, right? If you want to sound natural, you'll just respond with, the subject, I, and then will or can or could or whatever, right? But again, for practice or for the sake of practice, it's best to form full and complete sentences. Okay, last rule we have here, guys. Modals, when joining with not to form a negative, can be contracted, right? That one, again, it's another very, very basic and pretty simple rule. I cannot run. I can't run. I do not run. I don't run. I will not run. I won't run, right? So pretty simple stuff. Okay, so this is something I think you guys should try to review again before you take your quiz, but let's move on. Now, remember, there was also this worksheet activity here. We did some of it on Monday. We don't have enough time to do this today, guys, but is it good practice? Yes. So if you have time, take a look at that later. Besides that, we have a lot of other review material here that is basically a summary of what we just talked about. So you have modals of ability, things like can or to be able to. Pretty useful. The usage, general or specific ability. Again, general or specific ability. In the present tense, can and can't. Or am, are, is not able to. Max was able to swim. Richard can speak French fluently. Oh, good for Richard. Je ne parle pas français. I cannot speak French like Richard can. I am jealous, right? Yeah. Other than that, like, this is good review. We're not going to get into this, but if you have time later, definitely check that out. So we'll move on to this one here is also a quick summary of modals. So also this is pretty good, and it's got some extra examples like type, ability, modals, can or could. David could speak 3 languages. Wow. He could speak fluent French when he was 5. Wow, but maybe French is his native language, so who cares? Permission, can, could, may. Can I sit in that chair, please? Could I open the window? May I borrow your dictionary? Advice, just using should. You should visit your dentist at least twice a year. You should try to lose weight. I always feel like these worksheets are talking to me specifically, right? You should try to lose weight. Thank you, worksheet. I know I'm working on it, right? Give me a break. I need 3 more months. After 3 more months, I'm going to hopefully be at an okay weight and then lose a little bit more weight. We'll see what happens. Obligation, must or have to. I must memorize all of these rules about tenses. You have to take off your shoes before you get into the mosque or before entering a Korean or Japanese person's house. But also for most Canadians, like, I really don't like this stereotype. There's a stereotype that a lot of like Caucasian or white people in Canada and America don't take off their shoes before they enter their house. I've never seen that at any of my friends' houses, to be honest. Like, every time I go to a friend's house in my hometown or wherever in Canada, it's normal practice to take off our shoes. Maybe that's a British thing. Maybe British people don't take their shoes off when they go to somebody's house. And I do think some Americans don't take their shoes off when they go into somebody's house. But yeah, no, in Canada, you better take your shoes off before you go into somebody's house. It's considered to be rude if you don't. So yeah, not all English speakers, wear their shoes inside. Yeah, it's pretty gross if you do that. I think Australians maybe also don't take their shoes off, but I'm not so sure. I don't want to stereotype people. Anyhow, possibility, may, might, could, or can. It looks nice, but it might be very expensive. Richard may be coming to see us tomorrow. Richard could be coming to see us tomorrow. He can be coming to see, yeah, I don't know, yeah. So, for also possibility. So that's a good sheet to review, right? Okay, guys, now, we do have this really big, huge thing here. Socializing in English. And is this good? Yeah, it's good. Let's spend some time looking at it. I don't think we have enough time to actually get through everything here. Our warm-up activity is to ask you guys to brainstorm a few social scenarios. So let's do that together. Social scenarios. Social scenarios. Or basically social engagements. Okay, now social scenarios, like, don't worry about like, oh my god, what does that mean, right? These are just like social engagement scenarios or situations. So like an example might be, yeah, visiting a restaurant, right? Or having coffee what are some other common social scenarios, engagements, or situations? What can you guys think of, right? Going to a bar with colleagues. Like Canada, like this is not actually that common. I know this is like way more common in Japan and Korea, probably also Europe as well. This actually doesn't happen here so often. Sometimes. Depends on your colleagues and your workplace. What are some other common social situations? Talking to a sales assistant in a store, right? Meeting a neighbor. What are some other common ones? Maybe playing soccer. And maybe just one more here. What's another common social situation, right? Talking with family members. All right, guys, so we brainstormed here. This is our brainstorming little project, right? A number of different social scenarios, engagements, or situations. And we have things like, visiting a restaurant, having coffee with a friend, going to a bar with colleagues, talking to a sales assistant in a store, right? So maybe the Nike store, or Adidas, or whatever. Meeting a neighbor, playing soccer, or talking with family members, right? These are all things that occur on a weekly basis for most of us, right? Unless we're living alone and we're completely socially isolated and maybe we have to quarantine ourselves because of COVID-19, right? But anyhow, so what we're supposed to do here is we've got all these ideas here. My favorite one here is maybe going to a bar with colleagues. Well, I like all of these things, but I think the most interesting one here is going to a bar with colleagues. So let me erase this one. Let me erase this stuff here. But we're going to keep in mind going to a bar with colleagues. Okay, so let's keep that situation in mind. Going to a bar with colleagues. Okay, now if you guys take a look here, you do have an example of this socializing in English wheel. So you could take a look at this sheet here. It says, example, activity 1, a completed modal verb wheel for socializing in English. So the context or the situation here is two people who know each other well eating together, and register informal. So at the top here we have, where does this start? I will make us one if you like. Can we have some biscuits with it too? Could you pass the salt, please? You shouldn't put so much salt on your food. Shall I get us some more water? That might be a good idea. Thanks. Yes, we may need it. We must try to be careful about our diet. And that was delicious. Do you like coffee, right? So this is the modal verb wheel. And they're making sentences based upon these modals plus the situation, right? And And we're going to try to be making a kind of like a dialogue using this, right? So we've got will, might, could, should, must, can, shall, may, would, and back to will. So we got 9, right? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. All right? And we're going around in a circle. Now, my black marker here is starting to die, so I'm going to switch to this one. Okay. So, guys, what we need to do is think of the situation going to a bar with colleagues and what people might say. Of course, going to a bar with colleagues is a very informal event. When people go to a bar, what might they say using will, right? Now, using will, maybe somebody at the beginning of the situation and the beginning of the conversation might say, I will get us a table, right? So there's our, let's say, first sentence, right? And let's say here's our second sentence. We got to try to use might now. So somebody says, I will get us a table. This is the beginning when they're first entering the bar, right? Maybe somebody else says, there might be some open tables over there, right? There might be some open tables over there. So maybe some open tables over there. And then somebody says, yes, we could sit there. Then we're using should. Maybe somebody says should. Maybe they use should at the beginning. Should we get a pitcher of beer to start with? Should we get a pitcher of beer to start with? Oh, sorry, I'm not putting this in order. Okay, moving on to must, right? And maybe one of their colleagues says, I mustn't drink too much. But then maybe another person says, well, I can drink as much as I want to. Ooh. And then we've got shall, and then maybe another person says, you shall certainly get drunk tonight, right? And maybe the other person responds by saying, I may, but we will see what happens. I may, but we will see what happens. And then maybe our last one using here, we're using would. What are we going to do with would? I got to try to think of something here. Maybe another person says, I would be careful if I were you, right? And we'll use actually a conditional there. So guys, that's the idea here, is that you make this wheel, or you use the wheel on the worksheet here, and you've got all your modals, right? You got will, might, could, should, must, can, shall, may, and would. And you try to make like a conversation going around in a circle using these different modals, and of course thinking of a certain social situation, right? And of course our situation was going to a bar with colleagues, but you could choose a different situation, like, I don't know, Yeah, talking with your family members, going to a ski lodge with your partner, or whatever kind of situation is completely fine. So this is something though that you guys can do in your own free time. It's a little bit interesting. It's good review. I do recommend checking this out if you have the time, right? And definitely before you take your quiz, it is a very good idea to do this, right? Okay guys, so besides that, there is one more good review activity for our grammar modals here. And I'm going to explain that in 1 second. I'm just going to erase the board here. Okay. All right, guys. So the next one we have here, this next activity, it is called Describe It. And as you can see here, you were given this worksheet here. Now, ideally, of course, you have a printer at home. You print this off, right? And then you cut out all these sheets here. And some of them are images, right? You've got like a smartphone, tiger, building, ice cream, TV, Ferrari, or, well, sports car, mountain, and dog. And then you have all these different adjectives: modern, convenient, useful, portable, dangerous, powerful, wild, big, well-made, cramped, high-rise, occupied, etc., etc., etc. Now, what you're supposed to actually do here is you're supposed to get into a group, right? Or I think you can do this individually or with a partner, but let's see. And each group or individual gets a set of picture cards and adjective cards. You need to shuffle the adjective cards. You need to mix them up and deal out 4 each. Bang, 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 right? 1, 2, 3, 4. The remaining adjective cards are placed face down in a pile with the top card facing up next to the pile. Okay. The picture card should be placed face up on the table. The aim of the game is to get 4 adjective cards that describe one of the pictures. So the player takes it in turns and pick up and puts down an adjective card. Players can choose to pick up a card from the face down pile or take the top card, or take the top face up card next to the pile. Players must always have 4 cards in their hand and must put a card down in the face up pile after picking one up. When a player has 4 adjective cards that describe one of the pictures, they place the cards in front of the picture and describe it. If all the players agree the adjectives match and the description is appropriate, the student wins and keeps the picture card. The adjective cards are then reshuffled and the game begins again. Okay, so basically, you have these adjectives. 4 of them will be shown, but then the others are in a pile. And students can randomly take one of those cards. But your objective here is you have these pictures here, but you have to match 4 of these adjectives to one of these pictures here, right? So if you have the smartphone, maybe adjectives like modern, convenient, useful, and portable, they would all describe the phone, right? But dangerous, powerful, wild, or big, no. Well-made, cramped, high-rise, occupied, none of those really work, but well-made might work for the smartphone. Tasty, cheap, soft, cold, that's good for the ice cream, not really good for anything else. Common, rectangular, modern, innovative. Okay, so basically, like you can see, there's the picture, and then here are the 4 suggested adjectives for describing the picture. However, there are some other adjectives that could match, but when you're playing this with a partner, they would basically have to agree that the adjectives you chose make sense for that word, right? If they don't make sense, then it's not really gonna work, right? And you'd have to keep trying. Anyhow, guys, this one is pretty fun, but this is something, again, you have to do at home. It's fun, it's entertaining, but also it should be good practice. So that is that. Now guys, besides just looking at the grammar, of course, you know, in this week, we looked at a lot of vocabulary, and I think yesterday we did do a good enough review. However, there was one thing on Monday that we didn't spend much time on, and that was the brand personality traits. So I do want to take a quick look at that sheet again, but I seem to be having trouble finding it here. It is somewhere here. Give me a second. Okay. Okay, guys, so besides looking at the grammar, of course, for this week, there was also that pretty extensive list of shopping vocabulary, shopping expressions, and phrases as well, right? And that is here. Now, we did talk about this on Monday, and we did talk about it yesterday, so I don't want to spend too much time on this now. But really quickly here, do you remember what bargain hunting is, right? Bargain hunting is the act of hunting for a bargain, looking for a good bargain. Remember, a bargain is a good deal. It means when something is cheap, right? So a lot of us love to go bargain hunting when there is a big sale, right? Boxing Day, or Black Friday, or sometimes spring sales, summer sales, etc., etc. Yeah. Remember, do the shopping and go shopping are completely different. Remember, to do the shopping means to go shopping on a regular basis, right? This is your normal weekly shopping, getting your necessities, right? Your food, if you have a kid, diapers, formula, that kind of stuff, right? But remember, to go shopping is not regular shopping, right? To go shopping just means going to shops to buy things, right? To buy something, right? Whether that's clothes shopping or shopping for a new TV or shopping for furniture, something like that. Remember, please try to remember also, what is a fitting room? Remember, a fitting room is a place in a clothing store where you can try on new clothes that you may want to buy, right? So that is a fitting room. To afford something or to not be able to afford something, I can afford it, right? I can pay for it. I have enough money. Or I can't afford it, right? I don't have enough money. I cannot pay for it. I can't afford it. I can't afford a house in Vancouver, right? I don't have enough money for a house in Vancouver, but maybe he can afford a house in Vancouver. Congratulations, buddy, right? In stock and out of stock, pretty kind of useful expressions. Like, could use this in a question if you're curious about whether the store actually has this. Do you have this in stock? Yes, we have this in stock. Or do you have this in stock? No, it is out of stock. We don't have it. So in stock, they have some. Out of stock, they don't have any, right? Then it costs a fortune and it costs an arm and a leg. Basically, just remember, both of these expressions have basically the same meaning, right? Although I think it costs an arm and a leg is just exaggerating a little bit more or adding more emphasis. But both of them just mean something is expensive, right? Oh my God, that costs a fortune. Or oh my God, that costs an arm and a leg. It's way too pricey, right? It's too expensive. Okay, but on the other hand, remember, if you say it's a steal, man, that thing is a steal, then it means it's really cheap. It's so cheap that you feel like you're stealing it because you think like, my God, like it's so cheap that I feel like I'm winning, right? I'm winning, finally, right? And I'm gonna get a really good deal on this. Yes, it's a steal. Okay, guys, but we are going to take a break. So we're taking a break at a different time today because we started later, but we're still taking a 10-minute break. So we'll take a break and then we'll come back in 10 minutes. continue with the vocab review for a little bit, and then we will be looking at some speaking practice, right? And we might be doing the speaking practice for a little bit longer. We'll see how it goes. But yeah, let's take a break first, and I'll see you again in 10 minutes. Okie dokie, but I think the person is not here. But yeah, we'll take a break. Take a break. We'll take a break sometime. Yep. And yep. Should be good. Okay, guys. Bye-bye. Like the kids could have Allan. I think the parents would have told us. So let's not give it to. Oh, okay. Yeah. Yeah. But let's just leave it on our desk. That's what I used to do. Sometimes you didn't. There's, like, I think half of the receipts I gave her, yeah. And I was like, what the fuck? Yeah. Anyhow. But that sounds good. But let's make sure that when we give it to her after 2:30, that otherwise we'll get kind of jealous. So just like, get out of here, right? Yeah, now it is. Yeah. Hey guys, welcome back to Live PST. Just started 2 minutes late. That's okay. So of course what we're doing today is we're continuing with our review. We have our review of vocabulary here. So remember, we were at the bottom of the first sheet. It's a steal. So remember, if you say something is a steal, that means something is really, really cheap, right? And you feel like you're stealing it because it's at such a cheap price. Now, the next expression here is it's a good, or it is good value for money. If you say something is good value for money, just remember you're saying it's worth the money spent on it. So the example sentence here is the quality is excellent, so it's good value for money. So remember, it costs an arm and a leg, it's really expensive. It costs a fortune, it's also really expensive, but it costs an arm and a leg is stronger. Then you have it's good value for money, like it's a fair deal, right? So it doesn't mean that it's super cheap or super expensive, it just means it's good value, right? And then, of course, it's a steal, it's super cheap, right? Now, next couple of terms we have are all pretty simplistic terms. Price tag. So whenever you're in a shop and you're trying to buy something, remember, you might see a price tag on an item, right? And the price tag indicates that price for that item. So you look at the price tag, you like the price, maybe you think, oh, it's good value for money, and then you purchase it, you buy it. When you purchase something, they will give you maybe some money back if you paid more money than what it's worth, or you used debit, or you used your credit card. Regardless of how you pay, you will receive a receipt, right? Now, a receipt is usually a slip of paper, and that is basically proof that you have paid for an article of clothing or whatever item, and it will say how much it cost and the taxes and that stuff. But the main thing is that it's basically proof that you did purchase this item. These days, of course, receipts are also emailed to us, right? Because, yeah, that saves on paper, it helps the environment, you know, blah, blah, blah. Now, let's say you took that item home and it doesn't work, right? The product doesn't work or it doesn't fit that well. So you decide, you know, I'm going to take this back. I'm going to return this and I want a refund, right? A refund is money paid back to a customer who is not satisfied with an article purchased, right? So the example sentence here we have is you must produce the receipt if you want to get a refund. Now, traditionally, this is true. If you want a refund for some product, you have to take it in, show it to them, and then usually you have to show a receipt. And if they agreed, like, okay, yeah, you did pay for this and it doesn't work, you will get a refund. You will get your money back. Anyhow, also remember summer or winter sales. So that's just a period of time in the year in which articles are sold at a reduced price, right? They are on sale. Something is on sale. Clothes are on sale at Uniqlo. Or clothes are on sale at the Gap, right? Or electronics are on sale at the large electronics store or on Amazon or whatever. But remember, in Canada, yes, we have summer sales, yes, we have winter sales, but we usually, the two biggest sales of the year again are Boxing Day and also Black Friday. Now, next term here is a phrasal verb, to shop around. So remember, to shop around means to visit a number of different shops that are selling similar articles in order to compare the prices, right? So when you do that, you go from one store to another store, looking at things that you want to buy and looking at the price tag, and then going to another place and trying to find something similar, looking at the price tag, and you're comparing the products and you are comparing the prices of those products, right? So for example, yes, my wife loves to shop around. She likes to go to different stores, take a look at what they have, check out the prices, and then maybe purchase something at hopefully she'll find the cheapest option and then purchase that. A shop assistant is a person who serves customers in a shop. Now, we can call them shop assistants, or like it just depends. Like We can call them sales representatives or just store representatives or shop representatives. But usually we don't say representatives, we say rep for short, right? So just remember, in North America, shop assistant is fine, but we usually call them reps. So we might just say sales representative, right? Or instead of representative, rep. But anyhow, so sales rep is completely appropriate. It's a good term to use. Okay, besides that, the next thing we got here is shop till you drop. Shop until you drop. To go shopping for a very long time until you are absolutely exhausted, right? Or traditionally the meaning was to shop so much that you die, right? Shop till you drop or die. So yeah, here it said, if you go to London with Ashley, you will shop till you drop, so take comfortable shoes. Now, Ashley likes to do a lot of shopping, right? And we know what shop till you drop means now, right? Ashley loves to go shopping, maybe too much. So maybe Ashley is the next term we have on our list here, shopaholic, right? Maybe Ashley is a shopaholic. So remember, when you add holic or aholic to something, it means that somebody is addicted to something. But remember, we only really use this for shopaholic and alcoholic, right? An alcoholic is somebody who is addicted to alcohol. And remember, it's not supposed to be used, like with alcoholic anyhow, it's not supposed to be used in like a funny way, like, ha ha ha, he really likes alcohol too much, he's an alcoholic. No, it's not supposed to be like funny like that, right? But shopaholic, yeah, you can use this in a funny way, like, oh, like Brian loves shopping so much, he's a shopaholic, or Sarah loves shopping so much for shoes, she's a shopaholic, Sarah. Yeah, okay, yeah, you can say that, right? But it can be serious, right? So the example we have here, yeah, love shopping so much that is like an addiction. Sophie's favorite pastime is shopping. She's a complete shopaholic. Ah ha ha, Sophie, you like shopping too much. You're like an alcoholic, except with shopping. Okay, now besides that, guys, please look at the next sheet here. Term at the top here, we got shopping spree. So remember, a shopping spree is to enjoy a lively outing, usually with much spending of money. So you like go to the store and you buy all this stuff and you spend all this money and you're like, I'm on a shopping spree, I want to buy everything, right? Yeah, that's what a shopping spree is. Lisa is planning to go on a shopping spree as soon as she gets her bonus, right? Ooh. So she's gonna use her bonus to go on a shopping spree. Maybe not the best idea, but that's what she plans on doing. So yeah, shopping spree. This is not something that I do because I am a thrifty person and I don't like to waste money. But yeah, some people like to do this, right? Next term we have is shopping therapy. Again, shopping therapy is just the idea that maybe shopping can make you feel better, right? That shopping is a form of therapy. So the idea that buying things can make you feel better. A little shopping therapy can usually cheer up bored teenagers. Yeah, I guess that's probably true for bored female teenagers and some male teenagers, but most guys don't actually really enjoy shopping that much. Okay, anyhow, so that's shopping therapy. Next term we have here is to spend money. And to spend money, this is too easy. You guys know what it means to use money to purchase an article or service. We spent a lot of money on excursions during our trip, right? Last year, my wife and I spent a lot of money on diapers. I don't want to spend a lot of money on a new car, but I probably will. Every month, I spend a fair amount of money on I don't know. Every month, yeah, this is not good. Every month I spend a fair amount of money on purchasing coffee. That is not good. I shouldn't be doing that. That's pretty stupid. But yeah, I gotta stop doing that, hopefully sometime soon. Okay, next term we have here, guys, is to take something back, right? To take something back means to return something that you have bought, right? Or to return something, right? To take something back or to return something. So let's say you looked at a price tag on a product that you liked. You thought the price is good value for money. So then you purchased that product and you got a receipt. You went home and then you found out that product doesn't fit you or it doesn't work or something's wrong with it. So you decide to take it back and return it. So you take it back to the store, you show them your receipt, and you get a refund. Hooray! And everything is all right. Okay, next term, guys, that's a bargain. Already explained this before. If you say something is a bargain, it means it's a really good price. It's relatively cheap. It doesn't mean that it's a steal. If it's a steal, it's super cheap. But if it's a bargain, it's a good price. It's cheaper than you thought it was going to be. So the example we have here is that handbag goes beautifully with the dress, and at that price, it's a bargain. Like, it's a good deal. Is it a steal? No, but it's a pretty good deal. Okay, next term we have, now, sorry guys, before I did skip splash out on something. Remember, splash out on something is not something that I've ever used in my life. This is just not used in North American English. That's why we skipped it. So next term here is that's a bit pricey. Yes, I use this fairly often. A bit pricey, a bit expensive, right? So it's a bit pricey. It costs a fortune. It costs an arm and a leg. If something is a bit pricey, it is above the amount that you intended to spend, or it's more expensive than you thought. It's not horribly expensive. It's not very expensive, but it's a little bit expensive, right? So yeah, if you say that's a bit pricey, it's a bit expensive. Their clothes are a bit pricey, but they have a wonderful selection, right? So maybe they're thinking of Zara, right? Their clothes are pretty good, but it's a bit pricey. Okay, looking at the next term here, guys, we got that is dirt cheap. That's dirt cheap. If you say that's dirt cheap, it means it costs very, very little. Not as cheap as a steal, but quite cheap, right? So 80% off, that's incredible. It's dirt cheap at that price. So remember, it's just another expression for saying something is very cheap, like it's far below what you had imagined paying for it, but not as cheap as a steal. Remember, if you say it's a steal, you mean like you think it's so cheap that you feel like you're stealing it, right? Like it's 90% off or 90% lower than you thought, right? But that's dirt cheap, pretty close, 80%, but not as cheap. On the other hand, you have that's a ripoff. Now, if you say something is a ripoff, it means it is a really, really bad deal. It's much more expensive than it should be. So remember, this is the noun form, right? Oh man, that's a ripoff. It's way too expensive, man. You should not pay for that, right? But remember, rip off, to rip somebody off, is also a phrasal verb, right? And as a phrasal verb, it means to cheat somebody, right? If I think this store is trying to cheat me, or if I think an individual is trying to cheat me, I'd say to him like, hey, are you trying to rip me off? Because that is a ripoff. Good day, sir. I shall no longer talk to you, right? Anyhow, so that's ripoff. And last one we have here was window shopping, the act of window shopping, right? Look at things in shop windows without actually purchasing anything because maybe you don't have the money, but you like pretending to go shopping, right? This is something I rarely, if ever, do because I don't like shopping, so I'm certainly not going to engage in window shopping. But anywho, I haven't been paid yet, so I can only go window shopping. To go window shopping. Do you like to go window shopping? Maybe you do. Okay, guys, so that's it for our vocab review. Also keep in mind that we had this list of brand personality traits. So these words here are also useful. We didn't cover them in detail because there are a lot here. I hope you guys spent some time on them. Let's take a quick look at these words and maybe just focus on the words that I think are a little bit harder. So if we say, for example, a product is accessible, that means it could be easily accessed. It's easy to use, right? On the other hand, beneath this, we have approachable. This is used to maybe describe a person, right? If we say John is approachable, that means John looks like a friendly guy that I can approach, right? It's okay. Like, I feel comfortable going up to John. When I look at John, John's like really nice guy. So it's like, hey, I'll go talk to John, right? If somebody is unapproachable, this person looks kind of angry, right? And it looks like the kind of person that you don't want to just go up to and start talking to, right? So approachable is somebody who looks friendly and you want to talk to them. Unapproachable looks like someone who is not friendly and you don't want to talk to them because they look kind of scary, to be honest. Okay, bold. Don't confuse bold with bald, right? Bald, B-A-L-D, bald is also a useful expression or adjective, right? But if you say somebody is bald, that means they have no hair, right? Bold, on the other hand, can mean kind of courageous or brave, right? Now, it means brave or courageous, but in a little bit of a different way. It means like someone that doesn't really care about other people's impressions, right? Like if somebody's bold, they're like, hey, I'm just gonna go do this. I'm gonna go talk to this person. I don't care, right? Like, oh, hey, there's Tom Cruise. Like, I'm gonna go talk to Tom Cruise. Like, don't talk to Tom Cruise. He's too famous. Like, I would feel too nervous. Like, I don't care if Tom Cruise. Like, whatever. I'll go talk to Tom Cruise, right? Wow, what a bold person. Beneath bold, calm. You guys know what calm means. Relax. Casual. You guys know that's the opposite of formal. Cheerful, joyful, happy. That's good. Classic. Classic is a great adjective, right? If we say something is classic, it can have the same meaning as kind of like, actually, I might as well write the words here. It kind of means like timeless or always in fashion, or basically looks or acts in an old way, but good way. So like we might use this when we describe like an old car, like an old Corvette, right? You see a Corvette from the 1960s, right? But the owner has kept this car in really good condition, right? You say like, wow, that is a classic car. Like it's timeless, it's beautiful, it's great. It's old, but in a good way, right? Or maybe you listen to some music from the Beatles, right? The Beatles were making music in like, what was it, the 1960s and early 1970s. And some people might think like, oh, I don't like old music, but they listen to the Beatles and think, wow, that sounds really good. Like they made a lot of classic songs, right? So classic is a good word. Conservative. Conservative is usually related to politics, and conservative can mean like traditional or old-fashioned, right? But like as far as politics are concerned, conservatives are usually people that we say are, well, this would be your right, right? This is my left, but this is your right, and this is my right, but this is your left. But anyhow, conservatives are usually politically termed to be on the right. They're people that don't want to see too much change. Maybe they feel afraid of change or something like that. They usually don't want the government to spend too much money. They don't want to pay more taxes, right? And those are conservatives. Conservatives, as far as in Canada and the United States, as far as politically speaking, they are kind of the opposite of liberals, or what we might call progressives. Okay, now besides that, guys, we have the term contemporary. Contemporary, don't use this word so much. Contemporary means like present or these days, right? Contemporary music is music that has been produced these days, recently, right? Not that useful though. Next term, guys, you guys know it, is convenient. If something is convenient, it's easy to access or easy to acquire, or like it's easy to use, right? Next term is cool. You guys know what cool means. Cool has two meanings, of course. Cool being the opposite of warm, right? Now keep that in mind. There's hot and the opposite is cold, right? Cool is approaching, like temperature-wise, is approaching cold. But if the weather is cool, it's like in the fall, right? It's not actually cold. It's just a little bit cool, right? And the opposite of cool is warm, right? If it's warm, it's a little bit warm outside, but it's not hot, right? So remember, hot, warm, cool, cold, right? But cool, of course, also has that other meaning, right? Like the cool dude. Tom Cruise is so cool, right? Like he's such a cool looking guy, right? I wish I could hang out with Tom Cruise. I want to be cool like Tom Cruise, right? I wish I were as cool as Tom Cruise. Why am I talking about Tom Cruise? Or you listen to a rock band and you're like, wow, they're really cool, right? You should listen to the Strokes. They're really cool. They're cool guys. Now, cool behavior is like, you know, like a guy that's like, hey man, how's it going? Oh yeah, pretty good, dude. Like, I'm doing all right. Hey, you want to have a beer sometimes? Yeah, that'd be cool, man. That's cool. All right. Like a kind of cool guy is like a very calm, maybe attractive looking, kind of well-dressed dude, right? Or could be a girl too, like, oh man, she's so cool, right? Look at her leather jacket, like she is cool, right? Anyhow, cool, very useful adjective. Moving on, you guys know what creative is, that's okay. Custom product might mean like a product that is not the average product, right? You've made some modifications to it, then we would call it custom. After that, guys, we have cutting edge. Now, cutting edge is used in an expression, and the expression is to be on the cutting edge. Now, if a company, now usually we use this for a company or maybe a product specifically. If a company is on the cutting edge, what does that mean? That means it is a leader in its field, right? So a lot of people say, like when it comes to the smartphone market, let's say for example here, Samsung and Apple are on the cutting edge. Right? They're on the cutting edge, Samsung and Apple. Like they are industry leaders. They're inventing and creating the newest, coolest phones, right? But cutting edge doesn't have to only be used with technology. It could be with fashion, right? But I don't know much about fashion, so actually I can't make an example here. But to be on the cutting edge means to be like a leader in your field, right? And it's usually just used when you talk about specific companies, right? So of course Tesla also. Tesla is on the cutting edge. Okay, delightful is a good term, right? If something is delightful, it's wonderful. It's marvelous. Like delightful is a word that a lot of like maybe older Canadians and Americans use, and younger people probably less so. But like it's usually used to describe the flavor of something. So if you eat something and you think like, wow, this is extremely good, you might say like, this cake is delightful, right? Or that tea is delightful. Or maybe you use this to talk about the time you had with a good friend or with some family members. You say, I had a delightful time last night, right? Oh, how was the party? Oh, I had a delightful time, right? Now again, it's something that older people say, but it's okay for younger people to use this too. Anyhow, easy, you guys are okay. Efficient, I think you guys are okay. If you are efficient, you do your job really well, right? Or if this product is efficient or this software is efficient, it does its job very, very well, right? So let's move on to the middle portion here. The very, very top, we have the adjective elegant, right? Now, I suppose a product or place could be elegant, but this is usually used to describe usually women, not men. Yeah, like, no, I've never used this to describe a man. This would only be for women. And I don't use this very often because my image of somebody, a woman who is elegant, is like a princess, right? Somebody who is really well dressed. But not just well dressed, they're well dressed and they are well mannered. They have excellent manners and they move with grace. So I tend to imagine people like Princess Diana, right? Now you guys might not know who Princess Diana is, but she was a princess in the UK in the 1990s, and then she unfortunately died in a very, very tragic accident. But she was a really elegant looking woman, right? And there are still lots of other elegant people out there, elegant women, right? But I'm having a hard time thinking of a modern example, right? There aren't a lot of elegant women in the United States and Canada right now. That sounds really bad, but it's kind of true. It's not something that is pushed in our culture anymore, unfortunately. Who is elegant? I think a lot of people would say that, like, of course, right now in the United Kingdom, there is, I can't remember their names, Prince Harry and Prince William. Prince William, the older prince, his wife, the princess, Kate Middleton, I think her name is, she's quite elegant. She's definitely a good-looking woman, but, you know, I don't want to look at her too much, but she is very beautiful and graceful. She is elegant. So anyhow, that's just my opinion. A product could be also elegant, but that would mean that this product, or maybe this room, or this chandelier, it looks very high class. It looks very rich. It looks very beautiful. Anyhow, guys, beneath elegant, we have energetic. Of course, if you say somebody is energetic, it means they have a lot of energy, right? Children are very energetic, right? Children have a lot of energy. Okay, beneath that we have exclusive. Exclusive is a term often used to sell products. If we say, so it's not for people, it's just for products. If we say a product is exclusive, what it means is that this product is rare. They're not selling so many of these, right? So I believe that the stupid fashion company, I think they're called Supreme. They have those shirts, Supreme. Oh, so cool, from LA, bleh, right? But one of the reasons why Supreme makes a lot of money is that a lot of their products are exclusive. They don't sell too many of them, right? They keep the demand, or they keep the supply very low to push up the price to make it seem like they're exclusive. So if you have this product, wow, good for you. You are part of a rare group of people that have this product. But I really don't like that idea. So anyhow, moving on, we have familiar. Of course, if you say something, maybe this product is familiar with me or to me, or this person is familiar to me, or he looks familiar to me, that means you feel like you know this product, or you've used it before. Or this, if you say this person is familiar to me, it's like you've met this person before, you know them, right? And you feel comfortable around them, or with the product you feel comfortable using it, right? So like, of course, all North Americans are familiar with toasters, right? We all know how to use a toaster, or we're all familiar with microwaves. We all know how to use a microwave. These days, basically all students are familiar with smartphones, right? They know how to use a smartphone. But for elderly people, using a smartphone is something that is not familiar to them, right? And that's why a lot of elderly people are not as good at using smartphones. Anyhow, beneath that, guys, we have the term flexible. Okay, so what does flexible mean? Flexible is like the opposite of rigid, and it can have two different meanings. A physical meaning, right? So people that do yoga, generally speaking, are very flexible, right? They can move in so many different ways. Or ballet dancers, you know, they lift up their leg over their head or something crazy like that. We say, wow, they're very flexible. So that is the meaning of to be physically flexible, right? So yeah, ballet dancers, gymnasts, and people who do yoga, they're all very, very flexible. But flexible can also mean, like, it could describe a worker or colleague who is able to do many different things and doesn't get upset when they're asked to do something else, right? Like in my workplace, of course, you know, sometimes we need a substitute teacher, right? And I need them now, or I need them tomorrow. I need them as soon as possible. In that case, I might say, like, oh, okay, like I'm gonna go with this person because they're flexible, because they don't complain too much, and they can be put into many different roles. They can do many different things. They're flexible. So flexible is a good adjective. Formal is the opposite of casual. So formal is like wearing a very nice business suit, and casual is like wearing jeans and a t-shirt and sneakers. Underneath that, we have fresh. Fresh is basically just used to describe food. Or after you take a shower, you can say, I feel fresh, or even refreshed, right? Beneath that, we have friendly. You guys are okay. Opposite would just be unfriendly or mean. Beneath that, we have fun. You guys are okay. Beneath that, we have functional. Functional product. A functional product is a product that works and works well. It's very functional. Not too much else I can say about that, but it's a good thing. Next thing we have here is human, right? Now, human, of course, is a noun. I'm a human. You're a human. I hope you're not an AI, and I hope you're not a cat, because some cats are just damn smart, right? But human can also be used as an adjective, right? If we say he is very human, this is used in a positive way, right? Usually it's like as an adjective in an abstract way. Human can mean like very sympathetic or understanding or emotional, right? So human is a good thing. Now, if you were using, like, talking to, I remember I was in, what is it called? The Incheon in South Korea. I was in their main international airport. And they had this, like, Samsung robot coming around, and it was like, hi, how are you? Hi, how are you? Annyeonghaseyo, meow, 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 meow. And I tried to talk to the thing, but it didn't work that well, and I felt like, man, this robot is really not very human at all, right? But I think in the future they will have robots that will be very human, that will be able to kind of show emotion and act more like a human. After that, guys, we have the term informal. Informal is just, again, the opposite of formal. So an informal conversation and a formal conversation, don't worry about this one so much, not that important. Next term we have here is innovative. Innovative basically has the same meaning as creative, right? So innovative, great word, but it doesn't really have a different meaning from creative. Beyond that, we have also inviting. If you describe somebody as inviting, or a place as inviting, maybe a product or game as inviting, the meaning is that it's kind of like friendly, that this person, this place, or this thing, it's inviting you, right? It's inviting. It's like, hey, come here. Let's have a good time together, right? Like you see your friend, and your friend, he's just a really inviting guy. He's like, hey, Allan, how's it going, dude? And I'm like, hey, Tom Cruise. Tom Cruise, why are you so inviting? He's like, I'm a cool guy. I'm a cool guy, and I'm inviting, hey, let's get a beer. And I'm like, having a beer with Tom Cruise? Oh my God. Right? Anyhow, so inviting, very good adjective, right? Next thing we have here, guys, is mature. Now, mature is a good adjective. Usually just used to talk about people, right? Not really products so much. Well, it could be used. in one way, it kind of means like old, or, well, no, not old, Okay, so mature, if you use it to describe somebody, you say, you know, John is a mature guy. It means like an adult. Adult like, basically, right? Can mature have a negative meaning? Yeah, it can sometimes, but generally it's a good thing. Now, the opposite of this is, well, obviously, immature, which is generally just a bad thing, right? Or childish, right? And that means to basically behave like a child or like a child. If somebody is being immature, right, maybe they're making bad jokes, right, that are kind of offensive, right? Or if somebody's being childish, they're like, I don't want to go, I don't want to do this, where? And you're like, wow, that person is childish, right? But if they're mature, you know, they're acting and behaving like an adult, and that is generally a good thing. Okay, so next term, modern. Modern is the opposite of traditional or old, right? If we say modern product, it means a product that was at least produced or released or made relatively recently, right? I think Tokyo, for example. Tokyo is a very interesting city, of course. So is Seoul. But Tokyo is a very good mix of modern and traditional, right? There are a lot of big office buildings. There's a lot of cool technology in Tokyo, a lot of fancy restaurants. But there are also a lot of like traditional structures, like maybe at nighttime you go to Asakusa, right? And it's this like beautiful temple, and it's really well lit, and it's really, really nice. But it's definitely not modern, right? So something that's modern is like recent, like new technology or new looking fancy buildings, right? So New York, of course, is, yeah, New York in a certain way is also a mix of modern and traditional as well, because a lot of the buildings in New York, you know, they were built 50, 60, 70, 80, 90, 100 years ago, right? But then there's also a mix of buildings that were built just recently. Okay, next term here, guys, is no nonsense. Now, if we say somebody is a no-nonsense person, that means they are the kind of person that does not like childish behavior. No-nonsense means they're not joking around. They are a very formal and conservative person, and they don't like jokes, and they don't like wasting time, right? A no-nonsense businessman or sales representative just wants to give you the facts, and they want you to either agree or disagree, and they want to move on, right? So no nonsense is not really a good thing or a bad thing. It just means the person doesn't want to be like friendly or joke around, but on the other hand, they're not mean or terrible either. They just want to do business. No nonsense. I'm not a no nonsense person. Actually, I'm a nonsense person. I like making stupid jokes, and I like having a good time with my coworkers, right? But if I were no nonsense, I wouldn't find any of my coworkers' jokes funny. I'd be like, what is this? Why are we joking? I'm a no nonsense kind of guy, right? Anyhow, guys, let's move on to the third column. At the very top, we have personable. Personable. So personable is another adjective that could be used to describe somebody's behavior. Now, if somebody says you are personable, it has a very similar meaning to friendly, right? Friendly and personable are kind of synonyms of each other. And if somebody is personable, they're also kind of warm and inviting. And yes, that is personable. Next term we have here on the list is plain. Plain is a useful adjective and can be used to describe usually food or also a person's personality. Plain. One second here. It's actually kind of a good one. So plain basically means like no flavor or no taste, right? Especially if you're talking about food. So if you have a plain hamburger, it means just the bun and the meat. There's no ketchup, there's no mustard, there's no pickles, there's no lettuce, there's no tomato. None of that, right? There's no condiments. It's just the bun and meat. So if you say a person is plain, like John's a really plain guy, it can also mean boring, right? So you meet John, you're like, hey John, how's it going? And John's like, oh yeah, pretty good. Yeah, like yesterday I had a salad and I went to bed early. Yeah. You're like, damn John, you are plain. You are boring, right? So there's plain. Beneath plain, we have the adjective playful. If you describe a person or maybe an animal as being playful, it means that they're full of a lot of joy and they want to play a game with you, right? So children in general are playful. Also, young pets, right? A puppy or a kitten, they are very playful. They want to chase a ball or a piece of string. Beneath playful, we have polished, right? Polished is kind of a hard one to explain, actually. But polished. We might say polished product. A polished product is a well-tested, functional product. Like this product has received a lot of testing, it's been through a lot of experience. If it's polished, it is ready to be released. A lot of people might use this term in regards to video games. If a video game is polished, that means it doesn't have any bugs, it doesn't have any problems. It's a really good game. There are no major issues, right? The developers and game makers made a very polished game. On the other hand, if they release the game too soon and there's lots of bugs and there's lots of problems, they might say it's unpolished, right? It wasn't ready to release. Anyhow, beneath that, guys, we have professional. Of course, professional is not a tough word at all. If you are a professional, you're kind of an expert, right? And the opposite of professional, of course, is something that starts with an A. And that is amateur, right? An amateur is somebody who's kind of new at something. They don't really know what they're doing, right? I am an amateur. What am I? I guess I could say I'm an amateur basketball. Well, no, I don't play basketball. But anyhow, maybe let's say I play basketball sometimes, right? I am an amateur basketball player. I'm not very good at playing basketball. On the other hand, LeBron James, you know, one of the greatest basketball players of all time, maybe, especially right now, he is a pro. He's a professional, right? Okay, guys, we're just going to continue for 5 more minutes, and then we'll take a break here. Next adjective we have is quirky. Quirky is actually quite a good adjective and fairly commonly used by North American English speakers. Quirky has basically the same meaning as weird, but it means weird, but in a good way. Usually when you say something or somebody is weird, it kind of has a negative connotation to it. It's not really a good thing. But if you say somebody is quirky, it means they're weird, they're different, but in a good way. So probably the best example of a quirky person is the actor Johnny Depp. Now, Johnny Depp has been in a lot of trouble recently with a lot of bad news, but 10 years ago, 20 years ago, a lot of people really liked Johnny Depp. And we would describe Johnny Depp as being a very quirky person, or he plays a lot of quirky characters, right? He's kind of a weird guy, but not in a bad way. He's weird, but like in a very interesting and kind of fun way, right? Like he is in most of his movie roles. I don't know, what else would be a good example of quirky? I can't think of another good example right now, but quirky is good. You could also use this to describe a product as well, like, wow, that's a quirky car, right? It's kind of weird looking, but also kind of in a good way. Looks interesting, right? Anyhow, so that's quirky. Next term we have here, guys, you guys should already be familiar with. You should already know the meaning of the term unique. Something that is unique, of course, is kind of rare, kind of special. Everybody would like to have a unique product, or a unique person, of course, is someone who's Again, kind of different, but there's something special about them. So Tom Cruise. Tom Cruise is a unique guy, right? Moving on, we have the term reliable. This is actually an adjective that I use quite a lot because I like reliable people and I like reliable products, right? Reliable has a very similar meaning to trustworthy, right? If you describe something as being trustworthy, it means you can trust it, or you can trust that it will last a long time, or as a person, you can trust that they will do what they say. So I have a coworker today, it's her last day of work, and I really think she's a great colleague because she's always been very reliable. She doesn't call in sick, she always shows up on time, she does her job. I know that I could put her in a different classroom and she'll be fine, never have to worry about her. She's a very reliable person. Okay, guys, maybe one more word and then we're gonna take a break. Blech. Actually, no, let's just stop right now. We'll take a break. So guys, after the break, we're just gonna finish this off, and then we didn't actually do any of the speaking practice, so we'll do the speaking practice in the third class. And then maybe lastly, I will talk about the elective, but the elective we have today is interesting, but it's really not something we can do online, so I'll just explain it, and then we'll talk about your quiz. So yeah, let's take a break, and I will see you guys again in 10 minutes. Okay guys, welcome back to Live PST. We are now in our third class. Now, as you have probably noticed at this point, we are really far behind schedule. That's okay because what we're doing now is more important for your quiz. So we're just going to continue with what we were doing before we took a break, the brand personality traits. And we were in the third column near the middle here. The next word is secure. Now, the adjective secure has basically the same meaning as security. It is the adjective form. If something is secure, it is basically safe, right? If you have a secure password for your computer, that means it wouldn't be easy for someone to break into your computer. It would actually be very hard or almost impossible. We would say it's secure. Okay guys, next term we have here is serious, right? If something is serious, it is not a joke, right? If somebody says, I am being serious or I am serious, it means they are not joking, right? Not a joke. If something is serious, he has been seriously injured. That means, again, it's not a small thing, it's a big thing, right? So yes, that is what serious means. Sorry, I was expecting an important message and I just have to message this person back. Sorry guys. 1 second. Anyhow, yes, so that is serious. Let's take a look at the next term, sincere, right? Sincere is not an incredibly useful adjective, but it is used sometimes. Sincere basically means truthful, right? If somebody is being sincere, they're being truthful or they're being kind of real. A real person, they're not being fake. So the opposite would be fake, basically, right? A lot of times when we're writing an email or a letter to somebody, at the end of the letter or email, we will write sincerely and then our names. Sincerely, Allan, right? It's a nice way to end an email when you are writing a formal email or letter. Okay, so that's sincere. After sincere, we have sleek. Sleek is very hard to describe with words. What I recommend is go to Google and type in sleek and then look at Google Images, because sleek is more about how something looks, right? If something is sleek, it means it's like very cool looking and smooth, right? If I have sleek hair, maybe that would mean I have like hair gel in my hair and I slick my hair back. Wow, my hair is so sleek, right? So good term, but it's pretty much impossible to define. It's better to look at Google Images to get an idea, but basically kind of like cool and slick, right? And slick means like shiny and refined. Anyhow, besides that, guys, our next term here is, oh, a good one, sophisticated. Sophisticated means something like well-cultured, knowledgeable, well-mannered. So if somebody says, you are a sophisticated person, this is a very good compliment, right? It means that they think that you understand a lot of cultures, you can talk about books, you can talk about literature, that you are knowledgeable, and that you have excellent manners, right? Now, for a product, if we said a product is sophisticated, that would mean that a product is, how can I say, it looks elegant, it looks good, right? It's a smart, useful product. Okay, next term we have here, guys, I've already used before, it is trustworthy. The opposite of trustworthy is untrustworthy. Trustworthy is an interesting adjective, not hard to use. If you say somebody is trustworthy, it means you can trust them, right? They are reliable or they are trustworthy. So, yes, trustworthy is a good term. If you are trustworthy, I can trust you. On the opposite hand, if you are untrustworthy, that means I cannot trust you, right? Next term we have here is unconventional. Now, obviously, there's conventional and then there's unconventional. A conventional product or person is like a very normal person or product, right? If it is unconventional, it's not normal, it's different. Not in a bad way always, right? Can be in a bad way, but it can be in a good way too. If somebody, like, again, Johnny Depp is a quirky guy. Johnny Depp is unconventional, right? He's a different kind of person, right? He doesn't follow the mainstream. He's his own unique, quirky, unconventional guy. Okay, anyhow, guys, after that we have versatile. Versatile actually has a similar meaning to flexible, because versatile means can be used in a number of different ways. So versatile, it is a good adjective. Yes, kind of like flexible. Okay, lastly, we have here warm. Of course, warm is the opposite of cool. If you describe a person as warm, it's similar to like inviting or friendly or kind, right? Somebody says you are a warm person, it means you're a nice, kind person, right? That you are also inviting, that the atmosphere around you is warm, right? If somebody says you are cold, obviously that's not it's not seen as a good thing, right? If you're cold, you're not friendly, maybe you look a little bit mean, and you're not talkative, right? Anyhow, guys, that about does it for our brand personality sheet. Hip, hip, hooray, we are finally done. I think our last thing for today, guys, is to go over our speaking practice, the sales pitch. And let's take a look at these questions. I will model some answer for you guys, and that will be our last bit for today before you can take your quiz. Okay, so guys, let's take a look here. Question number 1, it is a good question. I will write down part of an answer, but maybe not my full, complete answer because I talk too much. So let's call this sales pitch speaking practice. Yes. And are you good at saving money? Are you currently saving to buy something special? If so, what? Yes. Okay, so this is a good question. Are you good at saving money? Yes, I think I am good at saving money. So I'm going to write down yes. I am good at saving money, although I would like to be better at saving money. So I think I'm pretty good at saving money, but I would like to be even better at saving money. I do waste money on coffee, right? Because I feel tired, so I buy coffee sometimes once or twice a day. Buying coffee twice a day, that's really not smart. I'm wasting like $4 or $5 a day. That's actually pretty stupid. Are you currently saving to buy something special? If so, what? To be honest, am I currently saving to buy something special? No, I'm not really saving up to buy something special. I wish I was, but not really. Like, of course, I might be saving up to buy a house, but that means we'll be saving money for years and years and years and years and years. Am I really doing that? Not so much. Houses in Vancouver are too incredibly expensive. So anyhow, let's take a look at number 2. Describe your country's currency. What is the name? Yen, pesos, rias, etc. And what it looks like. Colors, shapes, materials. Now, this is an interesting question for you guys, or I would like to know your guys' answers, because I know what currency is like in Japan or Korea because I've been there before, and a couple of other countries, but I've never been to Brazil, I've never been to Chile, I've never been to Argentina, I've never been to quite a few countries. I've never been to Indonesia or Malaysia. I've never been to Africa at all. So yeah, if you are from any of those countries, I would be interested in knowing. That would be really, really cool. Now, money in Canada is actually quite interesting, right? So in Canada, we have the Canadian dollar. So our currency is kind of similar to the United States, at least the name, right? In America, they usually, when you say the dollar, it just means the American dollar, right? Because the American currency is really powerful all over the world. However, when I see American currency these days, I usually think like, ugh, it looks kind of ugly, to be honest. Like, it's still made out of paper, right? It's not that cool. Canadian bills are made out of a special plastic material. So I think Canadian bills look pretty good, and they are colorful. Now, unfortunately, guys, I don't think I have any bills on me, but I'm gonna check my pocket because, of course, it's interesting to look at them visually, right? So let's see here. Oh, okay, well, I have one. It's just a $5. The $5 is not that interesting, right? But this is a Canadian $5 bill, right? So I think it looks pretty nice. Like, it's a kind of interesting special plastic material. It's very hard to rip, right? So that's definitely an improvement over like a paper bill. Paper bills can be ripped very easily. These ones cannot, right? So on one side, we have one of our former prime ministers who was very successful, Wilfrid Laurier. And on the other side, we have kind of a scientific achievement by Canada. We contributed actually a lot of expertise and material to NASA. So we made something called the Canada Arm, which is, you know, kind of famous. Now, I don't have any other bills, guys, but if you go up to a $10 bill in Canada, we have kind of a purple color. And then the $20 bill, which is maybe the most common, is green, kind of a light green. Then if you go up to a $50 bill in Canada, it's a kind of, ooh, actually it's hard to say, a kind of pink color. Yeah, kind of pink. And then if you go up to 100, it is a very light brown color. And so I think we might also have a $500 bill, but it's extremely uncommon. But yeah, basically we have $5, $10, $20, $50, and $100 bills. And maybe also a 500, but I'm not sure. I should also say here, we have a variety of different coins. We have nickels, and nickels are 5 cents. That's our lowest coin. Dimes, and those are 10 cents. quarters, and that is 25 cents. Loonies, which are $1 coins, and toonies, which is kind of a silly name, but those are $2 coins, right? So we do have a lot of different bills, and we have a lot of different coins. I don't know if I have any on me right now. Let me take a look here. Oh yeah, I actually do have a variety. Maybe I have an example of each one. That'd be kind of useful. Okay, so here is our 5-cent nickel. So on one side you will see the beaver, and on the other side is the Queen of England, because technically the Queen of England is still the head leader of this country, technically, but actually no, nobody cares. Okay, next coin we have here, guys, is a dime. Dime is 10 cents. On one side we have a famous boat in Canada. It is, yeah, quite special. And on the other side again we have the Queen. Why do we have the Queen? I don't know. Anyhow, next one we have, guys, the quarters, or 25 cents. There are actually a lot of different designs, but traditionally this is the traditional design that most quarters have in Canada. On one side we have a moose. I don't know if you guys can see that actually. A moose, and on the other side the Queen of England. Yeah, right? Above that we have a dollar. So it's a different color. It's kind of this bronze or goldish looking color. And usually we will have a loon, which is a kind of bird or duck on one side, and again on the other side is the good old Queen of England. And then lastly we have our toonie, and again all these designs, sometimes they're different images, but usually the toonie will have a polar bear on one side, and on the other side it will have the Queen of England. Right? Why do we have that? I don't know. Okay, the other important or kind of interesting fact is, like, you might be wondering, like, why don't we have something lower than a nickel, right? Because I know in Japan you have like 1 yen coins, or in Korea you have shipwons, the like 10 won coins, and these things are like almost useless. But we also used to have pennies, which are 1-cent coins, but the government stopped producing them about 8 years ago. So we used to have pennies, 1-cent coins, and they still have pennies in the United States. But the government found out that it cost more money to make a penny than a penny was worth. And people weren't really using them. Like, I remember in Vancouver when a homeless person asked me for change one time, and I gave them a handful of pennies because I didn't have a lot of change on me, and at the time I was a nice person, or nicer person, and I gave money to this homeless person, and they looked at the pennies, and then they looked at me, and then they dumped the pennies in a garbage. And I was like, okay, great, right? So people thought pennies were worthless, and of course they were worth something, but so little that, you know, they were kind of useless. Anyhow, guys, so that's some information about Canadian currency. I do think the plastic material bills are pretty cool looking. The main reason why we have them is, like, well, there are two main reasons. One is difficult to destroy them or rip them, so that's actually quite useful for the average Canadian. But two, it's very hard to make fake plastic currency. So this stops something called counterfeiting, where people make fake bills using really, really special printers, because it's hard to get the plastic material and it's really hard to copy the design. Anyhow, let's take a look at number 3. Is Canada cheaper or more expensive than your country? So this is a good question for you guys. Is Canada cheaper or more expensive? Of course, you'd have to be here in Canada and see whether it's expensive or not. But in my opinion, if I compare, I've spent a fair amount of time in Korea, spent quite a lot of time in Japan as well. I would say, for me, Japan and Korea are cheaper than Canada. Now, out of the 3 countries I'm listing here, Korea is the cheapest. But Japan is also pretty cheap compared to Canada. I'd say 20 or 30% cheaper. Canada is a pretty expensive country, to be honest. There are not many things in Canada that we could say are actually cheap, right? Because housing here in Vancouver especially is extremely expensive. And housing in Vancouver is worse than Tokyo. It is more expensive than Tokyo. Eating out here is, I'd say, like 40% or 50% more expensive than Korea. Maybe 10 or 20% more expensive than Japan. Clothing is more expensive. There is one thing that is cheaper though. Actually, there are 2 things. Actually, only one that I'm certain of. However, computers and electronics are cheaper. So I've seen the price of computers and electronics in Korea and Japan. They are way too high for their value. It's not good value for money in Korea and Japan. You probably don't know that, so sorry if that's shocking. Because Canada is close to the United States and the United States is such a big marketplace, the United States in comparison to Canada is quite a lot cheaper. And electronics and computers are super cheap in the US. And they're also pretty cheap here. Japan and Korea is pretty horribly overpriced. I know also if we're thinking of automobiles, Korean consumers really get screwed over. You guys don't get a good deal at all. Because I know Hyundai and Kia, their versions over here are usually, now this might also be really shocking, Hyundai cars and Kia cars here are actually higher quality than Hyundai and Kia cars in Korea. Not only that, they're also cheaper, right? Korea has a protected auto market, so Kia and Hyundai can make a lot of money in Korea. They make a higher profit in Korea. But of course, they both make more money in the United States because there are more consumers, right? But yeah, unfortunately for Korean people, also if you buy a BMW or Mercedes in Korea, it's really expensive. If you buy it here, not nearly as expensive because I think we have a freer market than you do in Korea. The, what are you called, chaebols, the big companies in Korea. This also happens in Japan too, protect their own market too much, or the government allows them to protect the market so that those companies can make more money. But it really sucks for Korean consumers and Japanese consumers too, to a lesser extent, because you guys will pay more for products that are generally not as good as the versions they're selling in North America, because it's more competitive here, because they have to compete with way more competitors, right? Like in Japan, for example, there are Toyota, Honda, Suzuki, Mitsubishi, Mazda, blah, blah, blah. That is a lot of competition in and of itself. But when they sell cars or vehicles, just like when Hyundai or Kia sells cars or vehicles in America, you're competing against American companies, German companies, blah, 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 on an equal footing. In Korea, Japan, your guys' car markets are kind of protected. So if Ford or GM or Chrysler or Volkswagen want to sell cars in Korea or Japan, it's way harder for them to enter the market. They will get extra taxes slapped on them, and then they will cost way more than what they are worth, so they don't try to sell cars there, right? So it's kind of unfair because you guys sell cars over here, but we don't really tax it extra, right? So for Korean companies, it's great, but they have to improve the quality because they're competing in a much more competitive auto market in Canada or the United States. Anyhow, interesting economics, right? But in general, Japan and Korea quite a lot cheaper than Canada. Yeah, if you look at the price of an average house in Vancouver or Toronto, it will probably freak you out. Number 4, guys, do you enjoy shopping? How often do you go shopping? What are some of your favorite stores? No, I don't enjoy shopping. I don't enjoy shopping. However, I do like IKEA. But that's about it. Okay, let's take a look at number... should we move on already? Yeah, that's good enough. Number 5. What is a product that you can't live without and why? Explain why you need/love it so much. A product I can't live without. Well, like I guess I could... The obvious answer would be my smartphone, right? These days we all need a smartphone because they're convenient and they're generally for most workers, they're essential, right? They're pretty vital, especially for me. Like if somebody's gonna be sick and they need to tell me, I need to see that immediately, right? I have to make plans. So smartphone definitely, but that's kind of a boring answer because everybody would say that, right? What is another product that is essential or I can't live without? Well, okay, I could start to answer a question like this, like what could you not live without? I could start with something like this. I can't live without my smartphone, for example. I can't live without my... what's a good one? Yeah, I'm gonna have to say my laptop. I use it for work. It is efficient, convenient, reliable, and long-lasting. That's why I love it. Yeah, like my MacBook Air. I got it on discount. It's from 2013, so it's 7 years old, right? But it is a really good laptop. The keyboard is awesome. The battery is starting to die now pretty fast, so I have to keep it plugged in most of the time. But it's lasted a long time. It never got a virus. It has never broken down. It's convenient to use. It's very lightweight. It's been reliable and really efficient for me. So it's been actually don't actually really like Apple products most of the time, but their laptops, MacBook Pros, MacBook Airs, are extremely reliable, very durable, trustworthy, efficient machines. Now, of course, you do pay more than you would for a PC laptop, but in the long run, I think you're saving money because PC laptops tend to get viruses so easily and break down so quickly. Like I've used this for 7 years, and I think I will continue to use it until it is absolutely dead. So, unlike a PC laptop, it's still relatively quick. It's slowed down a little bit. There are no viruses. I could clean it up. I could probably reformat it and make it better, and it'll be fast again. I can imagine I'm gonna be using it for at least another 2 years or 3 years. So if I can use that for another 3 years till 2023, that's really good. A laptop that lasts for 10 years, right? Have you heard of that? Not common, right? So, and because I use it for work, it's really essential for me. because I need to type a lot of stuff sometimes, and like the keyboard, like I said, Apple makes the best, most comfortable, fastest typing keyboards. And the trackpad is also really, really good. Whenever I have to switch and use a PC laptop, I always think, man, the trackpad is terrible. And I always think like, the keyboard also not good, like really garbage, right? So anyhow, guys, so that's my answer for number 5. Okay, let's take a look at number 6. Hopefully it's not a big question because I'll run out of room here. If you were buying a present for a man, what items would you consider? How about for a woman? That's a good question. For a man, I would consider the following. Okay, now if I'm buying a present for a man, let's say I don't really know who this guy is. Let's say a coworker or kind of a guy friend. I'd consider the following: beer, scotch whiskey, of course. Oh, that's about it. Beer and scotch. Oh, what else do I get, guys? Maybe a game, a video game. Tools, etc. That's about all I can think of. For a woman, I would consider... Women, I think, are actually kind of easy in a certain way. Flowers, I know that's boring. Chocolates is probably a big go-to for me. Chocolates, cakes, makeup, but I'd have to ask them. Makeup, clothing items, accessories, etc. Now actually for both men and women, I should have mentioned books. Like, yeah, for like my mom or something or sister, I'll get them a book. But for guys too, I might get them a book as well. Oh, also for guys, maybe a movie besides a video game. But generally, for my male friends, I just buy them beer, or maybe like for my brother, for his birthday, I bought him a really nice, like $150. Wow. $150 bottle of scotch, because he is a lawyer and lawyers have to drink scotch, right? Because that looks cool. Okay, guys, so those are my example answers for 3 through 6. I'd be interested in knowing your answers. Let's take a look at the next couple of questions here, 7 through 10. Okay, so guys, 7, 8, 9, 10. Have you ever been influenced to buy something because of an advertisement that you saw? So what was the product? Now, my first answer, I'm going to say rarely. So what I'm saying here is rarely have I been influenced to buy a product because of an advertisement. I like advertisements. Sometimes they're really well done. Most of them are garbage, but sometimes they're well done. Rarely. Recently, however, a clever and funny TV ad, I should note. TV ad, actually, honestly, is online ad. Online, because I saw it on YouTube. Online ad for a razor has convinced me to purchase it. Okay, so let's think about my answer here, right? First off, I'm saying rarely, so this doesn't happen to me often. But recently, however, a clever and funny online ad for a razor has convinced me to purchase it. So I haven't purchased it yet, but I would like to. Now, razor is what we use for shaving, right? Now, this is, of course, an electric razor, but I just saw their advertisement when I was watching YouTube. I thought, wow, the advertisement's quite clever. It's kind of fun. I'd love to buy that razor. So maybe later this year I'm going to ask for it from my wife for Christmas or for my birthday. Maybe I should get it sooner though. I actually need to shave now. Yeah. Anyhow, guys, let's take a look at number 8. What do you think about online shopping? Is it popular in your country? I think online shopping is convenient and easy, but not always the best deal. I'm going to switch to blue here. Also, I prefer to see and kind of touch a product before I buy it. That being said, like, I still think it's good. That being said, online shopping is still pretty good. And it is fairly popular in Canada, right? Okay, I'm gonna lay lazy. Okay, so yeah, I think online shopping is pretty good, but I prefer to actually see and touch the physical product, right? Rather than just like kind of trust this online store and purchase it. That being said, it's still pretty good in my opinion, and it's fairly popular in Canada, but I think it's more popular in the United States where Amazon service is better, or I think it's probably still popular, way more popular in Korea and Japan, where again, I think you guys have better service and faster delivery because, well, I'm gonna be honest here, because your countries are smaller. In Canada, online delivery, it can take a long time. Canada's a huge country, it's just too big. So that part just naturally hurts online shopping. Anyhow, let's take a look at number 9. Could you ever be a salesperson? What qualities do salespeople? Now, I'm not going to write anymore because we're running out of time. Could you ever be a salesperson? What qualities do salespeople need to have? I think I could be a salesperson. I don't think I'd be the best, but I think I could be. What qualities do salespeople need to have? I think salespeople need to be knowledgeable about the product they're selling. I think they need to be a little bit aggressive. They have to be confident in their product. They have to be willing to talk to people that they are complete strangers. I think it's good for them to have a sense of humor when they're talking to customers. Even though I said they should be aggressive, I don't think they should be too aggressive. I think they should be friendly and warm and hopefully informal and able to change their behavior based upon their customer. Also, a very important tip, I heard there's this guy from the United States, he wrote this book. He was the #1 car salesman for like 20 years at this car dealership he worked at. And he said that the main reason why he was successful is because he would talk to any customer. Sometimes somebody who looked poor would come into the car dealership and the other salespeople would ignore them because they thought this person doesn't have money, it's a waste of time. But he said one of his secrets was that he would talk to everybody and be equally nice to everybody, because he said sometimes that teenager that comes into the store, people don't know this, but their parents are going to buy the car. So be nice to the teenager. Or sometimes you'd see somebody like a farmer come in and they look really dirty, but what you don't know is that farmer actually makes so much money that they might end up buying a number of vehicles, right? So because he was fair with all his customers and friendly with all his customers and always try to get them the best deal, they would always return to him as well. And because of that, he was just a super successful salesperson, and he really, really enjoyed his job. And that's another part of it. With any job, he really loved his job and he was passionate about it. Okay, last one here, 10. Have you or your family ever won any money in a lottery? No. If you won a large amount of money, what would you do with it? I'd put like 90% of it in the bank and use the other 10. It depends on how much money I get, but yeah, 80 or 90% of the money goes into a high interest bank account, and then other than that, maybe purchase a house and gets maybe out of the 80 or 90% purchase some stocks, because the stock market will probably go up in the next couple of years after the coronavirus. Okay, anyway guys, that is about it for today. I know that we were not able to actually do the elective. Let me explain the elective really, really quick, because the elective is actually interesting, but it's just kind of a guessing game. And what you're supposed to do is, let me see here, brand logo 1, brand logo 2, 3, brand logo quiz, that must be first one, 5, 4. Okay, I don't have the rules on me. This is kind of fun, but you'd have to probably do it with a partner to make it more interesting. You have all these logos for so many different brands, right? And you need to look at these logos, and hopefully you guys have the color copy, of course, and try to guess which company matches which logo. Now, you don't have the names of the companies. Now, if you're from South America, or if you're from Japan or Korea, a lot of these logos are things you probably won't know. Some of them you will, because some of them are very famous worldwide multinational companies, but a lot of them are American, but quite a lot of them are also European or Korean or Japanese or etc., etc. They are famous brand logos. So like, I'm not perfect at this either, but I know, like, for example, if you look at the first one, top left, this is Shell Oil, Wikipedia, Target, Apple Computers, Pringles, Taco Bell, Adidas, Don't Know, Pepsi, Atari, Monster Energy Drinks, PlayStation, Pizza Hut, Amazon, British Petroleum. This one I don't know. Maybe DC Shoes, maybe. This one, Firestorm, maybe. Not 100% sure. KFC, Microsoft, something. I don't know. So that's what you're supposed to actually do here, is you look at these logos and try to match them to a brand. So it's actually a good thing we didn't do this in class, because it would have been pretty boring. But it's kind of cool. Try it out. See if you can find out which brands those are, right? Now, other than that, guys, of course, today you have your oral and written quiz, which is due on Monday. Please try it out. It's very useful for, testing your knowledge of what we learned this week. Remember what you want to do before you take it, because you could take it on, Saturday or Sunday. Make sure you review this week's grammar. So review modals. You don't have to be perfectly using modals, but review modals. Make sure you understand how to use them. And besides that, go over all those words that we took a look at this week, because there was a ton of vocabulary, right? That brand personality trait one, it is really awesome. That was a huge list though. Try your best with that. But also the shopping expressions was also really, really, really good. So please take a look at those and, do some review. And then when you take the quiz, you'll feel more confident and you'll do better. Or you will probably do better. All right, guys, but that is about it for me for today. I wish you guys a wonderful weekend. I hope you have fun. My plan for this weekend is very boring. I am going to be rearranging our new apartment with my wife and kids, and then also cleaning up my previous apartment and trying to make sure I get my damage deposit back. So that's my weekend plan. But I hope you guys have something more interesting in mind. Maybe try to enjoy the weather, because if you're living here after this weekend, the weather is all going downhill. This is the end of summer, right? So yeah, have a good weekend. I will see you next week. Actually, I'll see you on Tuesday maybe, but we'll see what happens. Okay, bye-bye.
you.
Bye.